Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sorry, you're on mute.
Hello.
I can, yes, I can hear you. Yes. Tell me, what are the different pillars of financial system?
Sorry.
What are the different pillars of financial system?
Pillars of financial system is the financial participants, then financial products, financial market, and services and regulation.
Could you repeat all? I lost you. I lost the connection.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. The financial pillars are the financial markets, then financial instruments, means products, and financial participants, and financial services, and hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Financial services and regulation.
Just 1 second. Yeah, financial market, financial product, financial participants, and financial services and regulation. Could you tell more about financial markets?
Financial markets includes capital market and money market. In capital market, there is a primary market and secondary market. In primary market, issuer issues securities and investor invest in the securities. In secondary market, there are investors who it is secondary market is for the sorry, 1 second. In secondary market, there are investors and investors who invest the securities, buy or sell securities. Capital market is for long-term market, and money market is the short-term market.
Okay, primary and secondary comes under which market? Capital market or money market?
Sorry?
Primary and secondary market comes under which market?
Capital market.
Capital or money? Okay.
Capital.
Okay. Could you name some participants?
Retail banks, investment banks, retail investor, HNI, high net worth individuals, then brokers, dealers, trust, schools, universities, temples, depositories, repositories, custodians. Mutual fund, hedge funds, insurance companies, government.
What do you mean by depositories?
Depository who holds securities in electronic forms. In India, there is CDSL and NSDL and CDSL.
Okay, what do you mean by custodian?
Custodian is who safeguards the assets of clients, like a Dutch bank custodian service.
Okay, safeguard the asset. A repository.
Repository who holds data or information in electronic form.
What is difference between order? What is difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
Order-driven market is a market mechanism where the securities are traded on exchange, and code-driven market it is traded on OTC platform. In order-driven market, market participants are investors and traders. In quote-driven market, the participants are market makers who bids the price, who decide both quotes, bid price and ask price. Then in quote-driven market, it is a transparent market because order book is visible to all participants. But in quote-driven market, it is not transparent. It is less transparent. Then in order-driven market, there is a rule book which contains time, volume, and the volume, time, and I didn't remember the third one. But in the rule book is there in order-driven market. In quote-driven market, there is no rule book, and order-driven market is standardized, and quote-driven market is customizable.
Okay, what do you mean by ADR?
American Depository Receipt. It is a depository receipt which is traded on American Stock Exchange. There are two types, sponsored and unsponsored ADR. In sponsored ADR, the issuer should be willing to issue their securities in American stock market. Then local depository of issuer is transferring shares to DTCC, and then issuers have to bear the issuance cost, and
Okay.
Issuer have to comply with SEC, Security and Exchange Commission. And there are three levels sponsored. Level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 1, there is minimum compliance with SEC and traded on OTC, and it is not used to raise capital. Then in level 2, it is a moderate compliance with SEC and traded on exchange, and it is also not help to raise capital. In level 3, there is a full compliance in SEC. It is traded on exchange and it helps to raise capital. In level 3, there is voting rights.
Okay. Well, how are commercial papers issued?
Private placement. Investors have to subscribe CDs privately.
CDs or CPs? I'm asking about commercial papers.
CPs, sorry, CPs.
Okay. And what is the issuance style of commercial paper? What is the issuance style?
It is
in which style they are issued? It is
issued at discount and redeemed at par.
Okay. And how are
on OTC market?
How are treasury bills issued?
Auction, through auction.
Okay. What could you explain the auction process?
There are two participants, competitive participants and non-competitive. Dutch auction in treasury bills. There is an auction which is called Dutch auction, and in that auction there is a competitor bidders. Competitor bidders bids the yield on the expected results from expected yields from the T-bills, and Treasuries arranges the bids from ascending order. Lowest bidder first. They are considering lowest bidder first. And non-competitive bidders gets average rate of that competitor bidders.
What do you mean by junk bonds?
Junk bonds are the bonds which organization have low credit risk and there is a higher risk, so higher interest is paid in the junk bond.
एक सेकंड खाली होल्ड करना. हाँ, junk bond, ठीक है. What do you mean by perpetual bond?
Perpetual bond which gets dividend and repayment at the time of liquidation. And
Sorry. What I asked you, perpetual bond.
Oh, sorry. Perpetual bonds. Okay. Perpetual bonds are the bonds who pays coupon forever, and then it is there is no it is without maturity, and yes.
What is relationship between interest rate and bond price?
There is inverse relationship between bond price and interest rate. If interest rate is high, then bond price is low, and if bond price is high, interest rate should be low.
Okay. What are different day count conventions?
30 by 360, 30 by 365, actual by 360, actual by 365, actual divided by actual.
What is dirty price?
In 30 by 360, dirty price is the clean price plus includes accrued interest.
Okay, clean price plus accrued interest.
Accrued interest.
Okay, what is securitization?
Securitization is converting illegal equity.
Illegal.
No, sorry. Securitization is converting illiquid assets into into the securities. Should I have to elaborate this?
Which securities are made by converting illiquid assets?
Sorry.
Which securities are made by converting illiquid assets?
SPV.
Which securities are made? What is the security that we get? What is the security that we get?
Immovable securities. Sorry. I didn't get that.
ABS and MBS.
Okay. Mortgage-backed security and asset-backed securities. Yeah.
Could you explain me what is NDF?
Sorry, sir.
NDF?
Sorry, NBF.
NDF.
Sorry, NDF. Non-deliverable securities. Non-deliverable forward, which forwards, yes. Non-deliverable forward are the currencies are not 1 second. In non-deliverable forward, currencies are not freely exchanged between non-domestic counterparties. Non-deliverable in forward settlement process is called fixing. In fixing, non-deliverable currency is flat, and profit and loss is given in deliverable securities. And non-deliverable forwards are INR, then ruble,
non-deliverable currencies.
South Korean won. These are non-deliverable.
Non-deliverable currencies. These are not
currencies.
You have to be very careful with words.
Yeah.
Okay. What is IRS?
IRS, interest swap. The cash flows are decided on
cash flows are decided.
Amount. In that,
Cash flows are
sorry,
decided or
cash flows,
cash flows are calculated?
no, cash flows are calculated, and then it is based on interest rate. It is decided on one transaction is fixed and another is variable as per the floating rate.
What do you mean by CDS?
Credit default swap. In credit default swap, they are transferring their credit risk to other parties. If Reliance are buying bonds from Yes Bank and Yes Bank defaults, then if there is a contract between Reliance and JP, then JP has to pay indemnify when Yes Bank get defaults. If Yes Bank defaults, and in Reliance has to pay premium to the JP. There are two premiums. One is lump sum and one is based on the rate variable, which is based on coupon.
Oh. Okay, fine. Just work on foreign exchange and rest it was good.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sir,
Just work on fixed income and foreign exchange rate. It was good.
okay. Thank you, sir. Can I leave?
Yeah. Ask other person to join.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hello, yes, sir. So actually, through my laptop, it didn't get joined. So I just did it from my mobile. Sorry for the late, sir.
No worries. Just 1 second.
So your voice is breaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Now I can hear you. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Dipti Suresh Dharmavat. Yes.
Yeah.
So now,
Just mute one. Mute कर दो. Laptop. Okay. Okay.
sorry for the inconvenience, sir.
No worries. No worries.
That happened.
ठीक है. You are sitting in someone's office, क्या?
No, sir. It's my study room.
Okay.
Yes.
ठीक है. Okay. So tell me, what are the pillars of financial system?
Yes, sir. So financial system consists of 4 pillars. It starts from financial market, financial products, financial participants, and financial regulation and services.
Okay. Can you tell me about financial markets?
So the financial market consists of it is the market where all the participants' products they trade. The financial participants they invest in financial product. The financial market consists of 2 market, that is the capital market and the money market. Capital market is the long-term market, and the money market is the short-term market.
Okay. And how many markets are there in capital market?
Capital market is further divided into 2 markets, that is the primary market and the secondary market.
Okay. Could you tell me about primary market and secondary market?
Primary market is the market where there is an arrangement where the issuer raises capital by issuing securities. It is the market where the issuer and investor meets. The secondary market is the market where the securities which are issued in the primary market are traded on the stock exchange. In this market, the investor and investor meets.
One second.
Yes.
ठीक है. Could you name some participants?
Yes, sir. The financial participants include investors, retail investors, high net worth individuals, hedge funds, mutual funds, even government invest in the securities, then insurance companies, depositories. Yes, sir. That's
Okay. Who are depositories?
Depository is a depository is the institution where the securities are held in the electronic form. Any transaction in the stock market. Sorry, sir. The depository is the institution where the securities are held in the electronic form.
And custodian?
Custodian is a firm or institution where it safeguards the assets of its client. For example, Deutsche Bank Custodian Services.
Okay. Could you tell me about ADR?
Yes, sir. ADR is the American Depository Receipt. It is issued by the ADR is issued. ADR is a depository receipt which is issued by American Depository. ADR
Okay.
is further divided in two categories, that is sponsored ADR and unsponsored ADR.
Okay. Very good. And what do you mean by sponsor ADR?
Sponsored ADR is the ADR where the company is willing to issue its securities in the foreign market,
Okay.
yes. And the company here the company complies with the SEC, that is Securities and Exchange Commission. It bears the cost of issuance,
Hmm.
and it bears the cost of issuance. And here the company transfers its shares to the local depository in the domestic country, and further that the
In
domestic
the
company.
domestic country, or in the foreign country, in the America.
No, sir. So the company will transfer its shares to the depository, and then the
Hmm.
depository will transfer its shares to the foreign country's depository. That is DTCC of America.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay.
Thank you.
What do you mean by participating preference shares?
Sorry, sir.
What do you mean by participating preference shares?
Okay, sir. So participating preference shares, they have the right to participate in the surplus profit, which is given to equity shareholders.
Okay. And what do you mean by cumulative preference shares?
Cumulative preference shares in cumulative preference shares, the dividend, which is in any year where the dividend is not paid by the company, it gets cumulated with the next year's dividend, and it is paid together of the current year's dividend and the past dividend.
Okay.
Together, it is
And
paid to
what
the holder.
and what are the fundamental rights of ordinary shareholders?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you please repeat?
What are the fundamental rights of an ordinary shareholder?
Ordinary shareholders, they get they are the part owner of the company. They get the voting rights. They even get to participate in like bonus shares. They get corporate benefits. Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. Can you tell me about money market products?
Yes, sir. Money market products are usually short-term, the short-term maturity products. For example, there are treasury bills, commercial papers, certificate of deposit, interbank lending.
Did I ask you about order-driven market and code-driven market?
No, sir.
Tell me, what are order-driven market and code-driven market?
Order-driven market, the market where the securities are traded on exchange. There is transparency in the order-driven market.
Okay.
Just a minute. There's transparency in the order-driven market. As all the transactions are open to all. And similarly, so in code-driven market, the securities are traded on OTC, where the counterparties are known, and in the order-driven market, the counterparties are not known. Where in the order-driven market, the counterparties are not known, and the order execution speed is higher, but guarantee is lower. And but in the code-driven market, the order execution speed is lower, but the guarantee is higher. And in the code-driven market, the counterparties are known to each other. And there is no transparency as they are done on OTC market.
Okay. How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued through private placements.
And what is the issuance style of commercial papers?
Sorry, sir.
Sorry. What is the issuance style of commercial paper? In what style? That is the way of issuance. But
Okay.
what is the style? In which style they are issued?
I'm not getting
In
it.
which style? They are issued at discount, redeemed at par.
Yeah, right, sir. They are zero coupon. Sorry. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued.
How are they issued?
How are they issued? So they are issued at discount value to the par value.
How are they issued? That is the issuance style. That is the style of issuing a. Oh, sorry. I'm asking you, how are treasury bills issued?
Okay. Treasury bills are issued through auction process. Actually, the Dutch auction process.
Okay. Can you tell me the auction process?
So it is in this auction, the process is like there are two types of bidders, competitive bidders and non-competitive bidders. In this process, the competitive bidders bid the price at which they are expecting the yield, and the treasury collects all the bids and just make that order make it in the ascending order, and the lowest bidder gets the first preference.
Okay. What are perpetual bonds?
Perpetual bonds are the bonds that they don't have any maturity date, but the coupon is paid for the lifetime, forever.
Okay. What is the difference between notice money and term money?
Notice money is usually called in between 2 to 14 days, and the term money is called which is above 14 days, up to 1 year.
Okay. All right. What are junk bonds?
Junk bonds are the bonds which is issued by the company which have low credit rating.
Okay. What are different ways of calculating accrued interest?
Accrued interest.
What are different ways of calculating accrued interest?
So there are many ways, like actual
count convention.
Yes, sir. Day count convention, where there are many ways. So I need to say it like 30 days divided by 365 days. Can I explain it like in that way?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first method is 30 days is divided by 365 days. And in case of leap year, it is 30 days divided by 366 days. And again, it is 30 divided by actual, 30 and actual divided by actual, sir. And yes, sir. That's it.
What is dirty price?
Dirty price is the actual amount along with the accrued interest.
Actual amount along with that is price of bond.
Yes,
plus
sir. Price of
interest.
bond. Yes, sir. Accrued interest, sir.
Okay. What is securitization?
Securitization is converting the illiquid asset into securities.
Okay. What is maximum life of a money market product?
Maximum life of money market product. So it is up to 1 year.
Okay. What do you mean by FX buy?
FX buy is FX buy. Buying the foreign currency, sir. And yes, sir. Buying one foreign currency.
Buying foreign currency and FX buy is buying foreign currency and selling domestic currency.
Yes, sir.
आधा आधा क्यों बोल रहे हो? कट करूं, मार्क्स करूं?
No, sir. Sorry.
ठीक है. And what do you mean by cross deal?
Cross deal is buying one foreign currency and selling another foreign currency.
Good. And what do you mean by indirect quote?
Indirect quote. I have said it.
Huh?
Indirect. So how much money we need to pay back for buying that one?
What is direct quote? What is direct quote?
Direct quote is sorry, so the concept is not yet clear.
Okay, tell me what is NDF?
NDF, non-deliverable. So NDF is, it is the, so just a minute, one line. NDF is, so it is a contract on the currency which is not in the deliverable state. For example, India. Here all the profit and loss is calculated in the deliverable currency as the non-deliverable currency is flat.
Non-deliverable currency is?
Flat. All the profit and losses are calculated in the terms of deliverable currency.
Okay.
It goes, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me about IRS, interest rate swap?
Interest rate swaps. Yes, sir. So interest rate swaps is the contract between two banks where bank A, let us assume that there is a bank A and bank B. So in this case, the bank A will pay a fixed amount of interest to bank B, and the bank B will repay. The bank B will pay to A on the floating, and it will pay the floating interest. So as it is considered that the floating interest is LIBOR plus 2%, but as the LIBOR has demised, so USD LIBOR has replaced by SOFR. So it will take like SOFR plus 2% and it will repay that amount at the time of maturity or to the bank A. So here in interest rate swaps, the okay, sir. So it is the interest is taken. It is the interest
so
which is
IRS is used for what? Speculation or hedging?
IRS is used for hedging, sir.
It can't be used for speculation.
So, but mostly it is used for hedging. It can be used, but mostly it is used for hedging.
What do you mean by CDS?
CDS, credit default swaps. Yes, sir. So it is. So in this, it is a contract. So in this, in the credit default swap, the credit default seller. The credit default seller gives the assurance to the credit default buyer to indemnify.
Swap buyer, you should say swap buyer. हाँ ठीक है.
Swap buyer to indemnify the losses, which will happen by the.
Which will happen in case of default.
Yes, sir. Which will happen in case of default by the asset. Reference asset.
How many? What is reference obligation in CDS?
Reference obligation, for example, it can be bonds.
Okay, great, very good. Keep it up. It was very good.
Thank you, sir.
ठीक है. I would have hired him अगर ये real होता. तो
Thank you, sir.
हाँ. ठीक है. You can go. Continue revision.
Thank you so much, sir.
आगे क्या बॉम्ब, क्या बॉम्ब, क्या बॉम्ब, हो जा।
Hello,
Hello.
am I audible, sir?
Yes.
And visible?
Now.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon. One second. Huh? Yeah. Tell me, what are the major pillars of financial system?
Major pillars: market products, market participants, market service and regulations, and the four pillars.
Yeah. What are the four pillars?
Market participants, market products, financial market, and service and regulations are the four pillars.
Okay. And how many markets are there in financial market?
Two markets, capital markets and money market. Capital market further divided into primary market and secondary market.
Okay, very good. And what is primary market and secondary market?
Yeah, primary market where new issuance of the security is held and investor meet issuer. And in secondary market, existing securities are traded on the secondary market where investor meet investor.
Okay, good. What do you mean by order-driven market and code-driven market?
Yeah, in the order-driven market is a market mechanism where it is traded on exchange, and code-driven market is traded on off exchange, means on the OTC. And order-driven market is held on stock exchange, so we can we can see the order. So there is a transparency in the market. In code-driven market, we transact privately, so there is no transparency in the code-driven market. And in code-driven market, there is no rules followed, but in the order-driven market, there are rules followed with the respect of volume, price, and timing.
Okay. And what do you understand by direct financing and indirect financing?
Yeah, in the direct financing, there is no intermediary between investor and issuer. And in order driven and
no, I'm asking about direct.
And in indirect finance, there is intermediate present between the issuer and the investor. And
okay, and in direct financing.
And in the direct financing, custody of the security is in the hand of investor. In the in second market, there is no custody is in the hand of intermediary, and decision taken by in the order-driven market is own issue investor, and in the second there is decision taken by the intermediaries.
Okay. And what are the fundamental rights of an ordinary shareholder?
Ordinary shareholder gets voting rights, and they get dividends in case company in the profit.
Okay. And what are the other fundamental rights?
Other means to preferential share.
No. Only we are discussing about ordinary only as of now.
Ordinary voting rights is there. It's traded on stock exchange, so it is
Okay, what
visible.
is custodian? What
Custodians,
is custodian?
yeah, it is the institute who safeguards the assets of the clients. Means Deutsche Bank
Okay.
custody.
Okay. And depository?
Depository who holds the securities in the electronic form. Means CDSL and NDSL, NSDL.
And what is repository?
Repository, those who collect, store the data in the form of electronic form. For example, Bloomberg and UnaVista.
Okay, very good. What is ADR?
ADR is the American Depository Receipt, which is a financial instrument issued by the American Depository. It can be listed on American Stock Exchange. And it has two types, sponsored ADR and unsponsored ADR. Unsponsored ADR, issuer does not know about the securities are trading on the ADR. It just market demand. So it's unsponsored. And a sponsored ADR, with the willingness of the issuer, it is trading on the American Stock Exchange. And yeah, it's on.
And sponsored ADR has 3 levels. Right?
Yeah, sponsored ADR has 3 levels. First is minimum compliance with the SEC and not used to raise capital and is traded on OTC. Second level is the moderate compliance with the SEC, traded on the exchange and not used to raise capital. And third level is the full compliance of the SEC, traded on exchange and have traded on exchange.
Okay.
And full compliance of the SEC trader and used to raise capital.
Okay, very good. And what is the difference between ordinary shares and preference shares?
Yeah, ordinary shares are gets dividend after paying the preference share. Preference share are the gets preferential share gets dividends and the repayment at the time of liquidation. They are the priority. Then ordinary shares. Preferential share can be converted into ordinary share, but ordinary shares cannot be converted into preference share. And both are traded on exchange.
Okay, preference shares are compulsory traded or they can be traded?
They can be traded. It must be traded on exchange. It can exchange on OTC also.
Okay. And what do you mean by cumulative preference shares?
Yeah, if the dividend is not paid in any year, it get accumulated and paid along with the next year's dividends. For example, in 2019, dividend is not paid, but in 2020, dividend is paid with the 2019 dividend and 2020's dividend.
Okay. Okay, good. What are different money market securities?
Money market, commercial papers, certificate of depositories, T-bills, treasury bills, and repurchase agreements and interbank lending.
Okay, what are the different types of interbank lending?
Overnight money, call money, overnight money, term money, and notice money.
Okay. What is the difference between term money and notice money?
Term money means within the given period of issuer gives the period. Within the period, we have to return the money. And notice money means there is a time period, means 1 to 2 to 14 days. There is a limit for the notice period.
Okay. And how are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued through banks, and it is issued at the par value, and it's traded on the OTC market.
No. How are commercial papers issued? I'm asking you, how are they issued?
They are issued.
How are treasury bills issued?
They're issued by the government, and through the auction process called Dutch auction process, treasury bills are issued.
No.
Treasury bills are issued through government and Dutch auction processes. Sorry.
That is correct. But earlier I asked you, how are they issued? You were telling who issues. Government agar answer hai, to who issues treasury bills?
Yeah, sorry.
What do you mean by junk bonds?
Junk bonds are issued by the poor rated banks who has the rating like double B, triple B, double D, triple D, and single D ratings. Those are not those are very high risk bond, but pays a high reward.
Okay. And what are perpetual bonds?
Perpetual bond does not have any maturity date. Does not have any maturity date. It has callable clause and puttable clause. Where callable means issuer callbacks the money, and in puttable clause, investor can surrender their securities to the issuer.
Okay. What is securitization?
Securitization means the converting illiquid asset into the tradable security. Like mortgage is the typical example of this securitization. In the mortgage, we have borrower have possession and lender have the ownership.
Okay. What is relationship between interest rate and bond price?
Interest rate. If interest rate goes up, bond price goes down. If interest rate goes up, market is bearish.
Okay. What do you mean by NDF?
NDF is a currency which which are not freely exchanged between two non-domestic counterparties. The NDF process is also called as fixing. In the fixing, non-deliverable currency goes flat.
Okay, and how is profit calculated?
How is means if I buy the $100 and sell $70,000, and at the time of purchase at the time of buying $700, I need to pay the current rate of the current rate of the dollar. Means if dollar price get down, I need to pay 1014 in the rate of 69.
I'm not understanding आप क्या बोल रहे हो? Give me a one more example.
Okay, if I buy $1,000 and I sell the rupees 70,000 rupees, and further. Okay. I buy means I sell the 70,000. Now I need to buy the 70,000 rupees. In that case, if dollar price goes down, then I need to pay 1014 dollars. Means $14 is the profit.
$14 is the profit. Where?
$14 is the profit only.
That is a profit or it is a loss?
For the buyer, it is loss. For the seller, it is profit.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. What do you mean by interest rate swap?
Interest rate
Swap.
swap. Interest rate swap is the exchange between two counterparties based on based on interest rate, where one interest rate is based on floating, based on they both are both legs are based on floating interest rate.
Sorry, say it again.
Interest rate swap is a exchange between two counterparties on the cash flow based on interest rate, where one party when one party pays suppose fixed rate, then the second party repays the LIBOR plus any take example LIBOR plus 2%.
Okay. Well, when we say vanilla swap, what are the legs in IRS? When we say vanilla IRS, what are the legs?
Yeah, vanilla IRS there is a fixed both interest rates are fixed, and in the basis of
Both interest rates are fixed.
now one leg is fixed and other leg is floating, and in the basis both the legs are floating. The basis. So,
नहीं नहीं. Okay, you can go.
thank you, sir.
Work on derivatives and work on FX.
Okay, thank you, sir.
टैक्सी दूसरी करने के चलते आइसक्रीम पे ये तो
Hello, Govind. हेलो, अरे म्यूट पे हो आप, म्यूट पे। लैपटॉप से खाली अनम्यूट कर दो बस। अनम्यूट नीचे आता रहेगा ना, देखो म्यूट अनम्यूट किधर तो आता रहेगा।
ओके सर, हो गया सर।
अरे
सॉरी
यार,
सर फॉर लेट।
इतनी देर में मैं और एक मॉक ले लेता।
सॉरी सॉरी सर, सॉरी।
ठीक है, चलो। एक सेकंड होल्ड करो।
क्या सर?
होल्ड होल्ड।
हाँ ओके।
हेलो।
हाँ सर बोलिए।
ठीक है। टेल मी व्हाट आर द इम्पोर्टेंट पिलर्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम।
इम्पोर्टेंट पिलर, इम्पोर्टेंट पिलर, लिक्विडिटी सर। इक्विटी, सेल। हाँ
No, I'm saying what are the important pillars of financial system. You're saying liquidity, right?
हाँ, यस सर।
No. How can be a liquidity pillar of a financial system? आपने पढ़ाई की है नहीं की है?
इक्विटी, इक्विटी सर, इक्विटी।
अरे equity is a financial product. How can be that a pillar of financial system? मैं नशा करके आया हो क्या सुबह सुबह?
नहीं सर, पढ़ाई की है मैंने। नहीं सर, कही है मैंने पढ़ाई।
ऐसे पढ़ाई? आई एम आस्किंग यू व्हाट आर द पिलर्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम, और आप बोल रहे हो लिक्विडिटी, फिर बोल रहे इक्विटी, फिर अभी थोड़ी देर बाद बोलोगे बॉन्ड। Pillars of financial system: financial market, financial product, financial participant, financial services.
पार्टिसिपेंट, फाइनेंशियल सफिशिएंट। यस सर, ओके ओके सर, याद था मुझे, याद था, याद है मुझे सर।
10-15 मिनट के बाद देना है क्या, कुछ मैं कंटिन्यू करूं?
नहीं, कंटिन्यू कीजिए सर, कंटिन्यू कीजिए सर।
ठीक है। हाँ, टेल मी व्हाट आर द 4 pillars of financial system.
4 pillars is a market, capital market, capital product, and capital market, financial product, financial services and regulations, and financial participant.
Okay, good. Financial market, capital market. Financial markets are divided into two markets. Which are those?
Primary market and secondary market.
No. Financial markets are divided into two markets: capital market and money market.
Okay. Money market and capital markets.
Okay, which one is long term?
Market.
Huh? Which is long term?
Capital market is a long term market. Capital market.
And which is a short term market?
Money market.
Okay. Capital market is further subdivided into two markets. Which are those?
Which are those? Is a primary and a secondary market.
Okay. What is difference between both of them? What is difference between both of them, primary and secondary?
Primary market is the arrangement arrangement. Company can issue shares for the first time in primary market, and secondary market is a previously traded security traded on secondary market.
Previously issued securities are traded.
Are traded on secondary market.
Okay. Example of secondary market is?
Secondary market is a investors.
Example.
Secondary market. Investors issue. Investors.
I'm telling you example of market. You are telling me investors.
Example.
मुझे लग रहा है तुमने कोई सॉलिड चीज खाई है.
Secondary market example. Secondary market example.
Bombay Stock Exchange.
Sorry, Bombay Stock Exchange, NSE and Bombay Stock Exchange.
Okay. Tell me some participants. Tell me about participants.
Participant is the first is a retail investors, HNIs, and insurance companies, government, and repository, custodian, broker, and dealers.
Who is depository?
Depository is a financial institution to hold a security in electronic and physically form.
Who hold? Okay. And who is custodian?
Custodian is a financial institution to safeguard assets of client. To safeguard asset of client.
Okay. And what is difference between order-driven market and quote-driven market?
Order-driven market is a transparent market, most transparency market, and quote-driven market is a transparency is low, and order-driven market is a extension guarantee is low, and order-driven market.
Execution guarantee. Execution guarantee होता है. Extension guarantee क्या होता है?
Execution guarantee is low, and execution guarantee is low, and execution.
What about liquidity?
Liquidity is money. Liquidity is money. Liquidity.
What about liquidity?
What about liquidity?
What is liquidity in code-driven market?
Liquidity is security sold in
अरे
market.
बाबा, मुझे तो लग रहा है तुम सच में कुछ खा के पी के बैठे हो।
नहीं सर, मुझे थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हो रहा है, इसी वजह से ये सब हो रहा है इसे।
तो पढ़ाई क्यों नहीं किया भाई? बाकी सब लोग तो दे रहे हैं आंसर।
नहीं सर, किए मैंने, पर मुझे थोड़ा
व्हाट ऑर्डर ड्रिवन मार्केट में लिक्विडिटी ज्यादा रहता है कि कोड ड्रिवन मार्केट में लिक्विडिटी ज्यादा रहता है?
ऑर्डर ड्रिवन मार्केट में लिक्विडिटी ज्यादा रहती है।
तो सिंपल, काय को कंफ्यूज हो रहे हो और काय को कंफ्यूज कर रहे हो? हाँ, ओके। एंड व्हाट अबाउट लिक्विडिटी इन कोड ड्रिवन मार्केट?
What are the liquidity code driven market?
Does code driven market have high liquidity or low liquidity?
Liquidity is high liquidity. Order driven market.
Liquidity is high in order driven market. And what about code driven market? Liquidity is low, right?
No, right. Yes, sir. Code driven market is
What
the
is different? What is difference between direct finance and indirect finance?
direct finance. Direct finance is a direct. Direct finance is there is no intermediary between direct finance. There is no intermediary.
एक काम करो, देखो, आप अगर अभी ऐसे जवाब दोगे ना मेरे को, मैं आपको 0 मार्क्स दूंगा।
नहीं सर,
जो मैं नहीं चाह रहा हूँ, जो मैं नहीं चाह रहा हूँ, ठीक है? तो अब अभी आप जाओ, अभी मैं बाकी लोगों का लेता हूँ, ठीक है? एक 2 घंटा लगेगा, एक 1.5 घंटा लगेगा। आप 2:30 बजे वापस दे दो, मैं आपके लिए रुकता हूँ, मैं आपके लिए एक्स्ट्रा देर रुकता हूँ, बट आप 2:30 बजे दो अच्छे से पढ़ के।
ओके सर, ओके, ठीक है, सॉरी। ओके सर, मैं 2:30 बजे देता हूँ कंप्लीट।
मैं सबसे लास्ट में होने के बाद आपको मैसेज करूंगा, फिर आप ज्वाइन करना।
हाँ सर, ओके राइट सर।
Hello.
Hello, sir. Am I
Are you
audible?
there?
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. Okay, let's begin. Tell me, what are the important pillars of financial system?
There are four: financial system, financial market,
I'm not able to hear you well.
Hello.
आवाज is not. Better है.
There are four financial system: financial market, financial products, financial participant,
Financial.
financial
हाँ.
financial
Financial.
financial
हाँ, financial.
financial market, financial products, financial participants, rules and regulations.
Okay.
And
And
in
what? Go ahead.
in financial market, there are two markets: capital market and money market. In capital market, primary market. In capital market, there are two markets: primary market and secondary market. In primary market, where security issuer securities.
When issuer issues security.
When issuer issues securities.
Go ahead. What is primary market used for?
Market. Issuers and investors.
Meet. Okay. And what about secondary market?
Investor and investor meets.
Okay. What happens in secondary market?
In secondary markets, primary markets are traded.
Primary markets are traded, or primary market securities are traded?
Primary market securities.
Complete बोलो.
Sorry.
ठीक है.
हाँ.
Okay. Could you name some financial products?
Cash equity, money market, fixed income, foreign exchange, derivatives.
Good. Can you name some participants?
Brokers, dealers, custodian, government, investment banks, retail banks.
In retail investors,
HNI.
HNI. What is full form of HNI? What is full form of I in HNI? High net worth individual.
High net worth individual.
Okay. Yeah, what do you mean by custodian?
Custodian is a financial institute who safeguards the assets of clients.
And who is depository?
Depository is a financial instrument.
Depository is a financial instrument.
Institute. Institutive.
Depository is a financial
institute.
Why are you so tensed? मुझे वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है.
Depository is a financial institute where the securities are held
in electronic form.
Are held by electronic form, and securities are traded and electronical hold the depository.
Okay. What is difference between order driven market and code driven market?
in order derivative market, investor are participated, and in quote derivative market,
Quote
market
driven market.
market makers are participate, and there in quote derivative market, counterparties are unknown, and in quote in order derivative market, counterparties are unknown. In quote derivative driven market, counterparties are known.
अगर कोड
And
ड्रिवन मार्केट नहीं बोल सकते तो प्राइस ड्रिवन मार्केट बोलो.
ठीक है.
And then
And
apart from that, what about liquidity in both the markets? Which market has high liquidity?
order derivative.
Okay. In which market has more transparency? Transparency. Entire order book is visible to everybody.
Order derivative market has transparency.
Why you are not confidently answering? मतलब ऐसे ऐसी शक्ल बना के या ऐसी वॉइस में you should not give real interview. They might not shortlist you.
Okay, sir.
Okay. What are the fundamental rights of an ordinary shareholder?
Ordinary share represent major shares
What
of
are the
the
fundamental rights? What are the fundamental rights? Right to vote. है ना?
No, but they have
Fundamental
voting rights.
rights. Yeah, right to vote. They have voting right and right to vote. Same ही तो हुआ. They have right to vote. Or they have voting right. It's one and the same thing, right?
Yes.
Okay, what are the other fundamental rights of an ordinary shareholder?
They are traded on exchange. They are traded on exchange.
No, I'm asking you fundamental rights of an ordinary shareholder. What do you mean by ADR? Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
हेलो सर
Yeah,
सॉरी
can
वो
you hear me?
इंटरनेट का ये हो गया
No
हेलो
problem. Yeah, no problem. I was
ओके
tell me about ADR.
ADR American Deposit Receipt. American Deposit Receipt is an financial institute who is the holder of
Who is the holder of?
they American deposit receipt are traded on stock exchange. They are
First, tell me what is ADR. Then tell me where they are traded. American Depository Receipt is a depository receipt issued by Depository of America. I used to tell you since beginning कि आप पढ़ाई करो, आप पढ़ाई करो, पढ़ाई करो. अगर अभी ऑन द स्पॉट ऋतु को लिया कॉल पे तो सी हाउ शी आंसर्स. नहीं आता है आपको कंसेप्ट, आप पूछा करो. ये वीक डे बैच है, वीकेंड बैच नहीं है. ये महीने बैच खत्म हो रही है एंड आई डोंट नो यू वुड बी एबल टू आंसर इन इंटरव्यू और नॉट. आप देखो अगर आप सीरियस हो कि नहीं जॉब और कोर्स के लिए. अगर
सर
आपको
मुझे
चाहिए आप
आता है बट कॉन्फिडेंस
तो फिर प्रिपरेशन करनी पड़ेगी ना उसके लिए.
करती हूँ लेकिन कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं होता है सामने फिर दिया तो.
अभी डू यू वांट हाफ एन आवर टू रिवाइज? नहीं तो फिर मैं अभी काजल का ले लेता हूँ. टाइम वेस्ट हो रहा है, काफी टाइम वेस्ट हो रहा है. मैं कुछ पूछ रहा हूँ दो
नहीं
दो पाँच
सर
पाँच
आप लोगे.
सेकंड. मैं कुछ पूछ रहा हूँ, आप 5-5 सेकंड ऐसे ही बैठ रहे हो, कुछ बोल नहीं रहे हो.
नहीं आप ले लो.
टेल मी अबाउट ADR.
American deposit receipt are issued through American depository and
How many types of ADR are there?
2 types of ADR.
Which are those?
Sponsored ADR, unsponsored ADR.
Very good. What is sponsored ADR?
Sponsored ADR.
There are two, sponsored and unsponsored. सही है एकदम. Now what is sponsored? You remember we had discussed 4 points which make sponsored ADR or sponsored ADR. Able to recollect?
Yeah.
Issuer willingness. What is difference between preference share and ordinary share?
Sir, repeat the question.
What is difference between preference share and ordinary share?
Preference shares are the shares where shares are where shares get preference.
I'm not able to hear you.
I am audible.
Yeah, now.
Preference shares are shares where gets preference in terms of dividend and dividend are paid fixed in preference shares. Maturity and preferential there is fixed maturity, and they do not have any voting rights, and about ordinary shares, are most common shares. They are ordinary shares represent the shares
What are different types of money market products?
Certificate of depository, commercial bank, commercial papers.
Certificate of depository or certificate of deposits?
Deposits.
Okay, certificate of deposit, commercial paper.
Treasury bills, repurchase
very good.
payment.
Very good.
Interbank lending.
Okay, एक number. How many types of interbank lending are there?
4 types. Call money.
Very good. Call money.
Call money, where
No, explain me that later, but just give me header first. Call money. दूसरा, notice money.
Call money, notice money, term money.
Very good. And overnight. Overnight. Hello. Hello. No. Hello. Hello. I can't hear you.
Sir, now.
Yeah.
Hello.
Con, knock, boot, boot. Boot, boot. जा सो जा, जा, जा सो जा, जा, सो जा. जितने वही उठेंगे. Hello.
Sir, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Hello.
Yeah, no problem.
Network issue है बहुत.
हाँ, okay. Yeah, tell me.
You can continue.
Yeah.
Call money, overnight
that
money.
is okay. Tell me how are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers. Commercial papers are issued through corporates.
I'm telling you, how are they
No,
issued?
sir. Sorry. Yeah. They are issued by privately placement.
Okay. And who issues commercial papers?
Corporates.
Okay, very good. What is the issuance style? How are they issued? In which style they are issued? Think of it. Issuance style. They are issued at discount, redeemed at par. है ना? It is a zero coupon security. How are treasury bills issued? How are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bills are issued.
How are commercial papers issued? Private placement. Then how are treasury bills issued?
Private placement.
Treasury bills are also issued through private placement. The treasury bills are issued through auction.
No. Treasury bills are issued through auction process.
Oh, can you tell me auction process?
Auction process is also known as Dutch option, Dutch
Very
process.
good.
There are
Very good.
two types of auction process: competitive bidders, non-competitive bidders. In competitive bidders,
In competitive bidders,
they
bid for the price, and which price government chooses?
non-competitive.
भाई जानवी किया कम थी दो. आप क्यों पढ़ाई नहीं करते? मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता है. What is the relationship between interest rate and yield?
Interest rate. Interest rate is calculated
जाओ आप जाओ. यू कैन गो. पढ़ाई करो. इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ. दिन रात पढ़ाई करो.
नो सर.
या नो? नहीं करनी
सर
क्या
आप
पढ़ाई?
पूछो, मुझे करनी है.
अरे नहीं पूछ सकता, टाइम नहीं है. कितनी देर दूं मैं आपको? बताओ. मैं आपको एक क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा हूँ, आप 5-5, 6-6 सेकंड ऐसे ही बैठ रहे हो. और मेरे को पता है ना, डेरिवेटिव्स तक यही चलने वाला है. मैं हिंट्स देते रहूंगा, आप फिर भी नहीं बताओगे. तो इससे
नहीं
अच्छा है
सर.
जाओ. आई विल गिव यू एवरेज आउट मार्क्स ताकि आपका टीयर खराब ना हो. बट लेवल 2 और फाइनल मार्क्स आपके हाथ में है. मैं पूछूंगा, मैं और कम मार्क्स दूंगा. इससे अच्छा यू गो एंड
सर
स्टडी. लेकिन क्या?
मुझे यही प्रॉब्लम आती है, कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं होता है.
अरे नहीं
कंसेप्ट्स
आप.
रहते हैं क्लियर.
अच्छा चलो हिंदी में
लेकिन
बताओ. कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं ना, अभी आप हिंदी में बताओ मेरे को. चलो मुझे मनी मार्केट के टी बिल्स इशुएंस का प्रोसेस हिंदी में बताओ. अगर कंसेप्ट क्लियर है तो हिंदी में तो बताने आना ही चाहिए. है ना?
कौन से सर?
अगर कंसेप्ट क्लियर
कौन
है
से
आपका,
कंसेप्ट्स?
अगर कंसेप्ट क्लियर है आपके,
हाँ
तो आपको हिंदी में बताने आना चाहिए ना।
हाँ हाँ
तो बताओ मेरे को, टी बिल का ऑक्शन
हाँ।
प्रोसेस बताओ हिंदी में। देखो, आपको पढ़ाई करनी पड़ेगी, आपको कंसेप्ट ही नहीं पता है, तो आपको पहली बात तो कंसेप्ट समझना पड़ेगा जो आप क्लास में समझ रहे हो। फिर उसको घर पे बैठ के रिवाइज करना पड़ेगा बार 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 बार, ताकि वो दिमाग में चिपक जाए। मैंने भी ऐसे ही की थी पढ़ाई, तो मैं ऐसे ही सजेस्ट कर सकता हूँ ना।
यस सर।
मैं पहले समझ गया, फिर बाद में मुझे याद आया, इसके लिए मैंने बार 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 बार
हाँ
पढ़ा
सर।
उसको। गूगल पे देखा, यूट्यूब पे देखा, बुक्स में पढ़ा, ऐसे ही करना पड़ेगा ना।
हाँ सर।
ठीक है, जाओ जाओ पढ़ाई करो। और अभी भी टाइम नहीं गया, अभी लेवल 2 चालू होने वाला है, अभी भी बहुत टाइम है आपके पास।
सॉरी सर।
हाँ ठीक है, अभी क्या कर सकता हूँ मैं।
सर मैं क्लास में फेस टू फेस एक बार बात करूंगी।
हाँ ठीक है, करो।
हेलो।
हाँ हाँ ठीक है।
सॉरी सर।
अगर कुछ अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम है तो मुझे बताओ अभी, या बड़ी फिर आप क्लास में बताओ जैसे आपकी अच्छी।
हाँ क्लास में हूँ।
ठीक है,
सॉरी सर।
नो प्रॉब्लम, यू कैन गो।
यस सर।
हेलो।
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Am I visible and audible?
यस यस।
Yes, sir.
एक सेकंड।
Yes.
Okay, tell me, what are the important pillars of financial system?
Important features of financial system. It
Important
provides
pillars.
the flows of funds.
Important
Sorry,
pillars.
pillars. Sorry. Yeah, sir, I got it. Important pillar. There are 4 pillars of financial system. Financial participants, financial instruments, and financial services, and financial markets.
Okay. How many markets are there in financial markets?
There are 2 types of market: capital market and money market. Capital market for the long capital market is used for the long-term capital, and money market is used for the short-term raising of funds.
Okay. And how many markets are there within capital markets?
In capital market, primary and secondary.
Okay, what is the difference between both of them?
Primary and secondary capital market. In primary market, investor and issuer meets for the first time, and in the secondary market, investor and investor meets. And in primary market, securities are issued by issuer for the first time to the investor directly, and in secondary, securities are traded.
Okay. What is difference between broker and dealer?
Broker and dealer. Broker is the one who trade on behalf of their account, and in dealers deals in behalf of their themselves.
Okay. What are custodians?
Custodians are the financial institutions who safeguards the assets of the clients.
Okay. And who are depositories?
Depositories are the financial institutions who holds the securities in physical and electronic form, like NSDL.
Okay. What is difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
Order-driven market is done on exchange, and quad-driven market is done on OTC. And in order-driven market, the participants are investor and traders, and in quad-driven market, the participants is a market maker. And the transparency in the order-driven market is very high, as the order book is visible to all the participants. But in quad-driven market, there is a low transparency, as the order is done privately. And here the execution in quad-driven market, the execution speed is very high, and the execution guarantee is low.
Okay, very good. What are the fundamental rights of ordinary shareholders?
Ordinary shareholders, as they have the right voting rights, and they keep the measure capital, and what else? They are the owners of the company, part owners of the company.
Okay, good. And what do you mean by difference between ordinary shares and preference shares?
Preference shares, as in preference shares holder, where they are given right preference at the time of dividend and repayment at the time of liquidation. And the ordinary shares do not have such preference of getting dividend first or
very
paid
good.
by.
What do you mean? Yes, very good. What do you mean by cumulative preference shares?
Cumulative preference shares. If the dividend is not paid in any of the year, then the dividend is accumulated and paid by next year.
Paid with next year, with.
Sorry, sir. Paid with next year.
Okay. What do you understand by ADR?
ADR, American Depository Receipt. As ADR, American Depository Receipt is a financial instrument which is issued by the Depository of America, and it is done on in American exchange, and it is of two types: sponsored and unsponsored. In sponsored, ADR issuer is willing to issue the security in the American market, where the local depository of issuers transfer the shares to the American depository, and it bears the issuance cost, and it complies with the Security Exchange Commission. And in the sponsored ADR, there are 3 levels. In level 1, it is the minimum compliance with Security of Exchange, on OTC market, it can't be used to raise capital. And in level 2, it is a minimum compliance with Security Exchange of Commission with on exchange, and it also can't be used to raise capital. And in level 3, it is full compliance with the Security Exchange Commission on exchange, and it is used to raise capital. And unsponsored ADR. Unsponsored ADR. Unsponsored ADR is issued by the depository without the knowledge and information of the issuer company, and it is issued in response of market demand, and they do not have voting rights.
Okay. What are different money market products?
What are
different money market products?
What are different money market products? Money market products, like money market products, there are 5 types of money market products. Certificate of depository, commercial papers, interlinked banking, and treasury bills, and repurchase agreements.
Okay, very good. What are the different types of interbank lending?
In the interlinked banking, types of interlinked banking: overnight money, call money, notice money, and term money.
How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial paper issued by private placements, by corporates.
And how are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bills issued by governments through Dutch process.
Dutch auction.
Sorry, sir. Dutch auction. Dutch auction in a competitive bid, in 2 types: competitive bidden and non-competitive bidden. In competitive bidden, the bid the yield they expect on treasury bills at the time of closing of auction, and they arranges in ascending order as the lowest to eligible, and the lowest one has to receive the first. And in non-competitive bidden, there is an average yield of the competitor bidden is given to them.
Okay. And what is relationship between interest rate and yield?
Interest rate and yield. There is a direct relation between interest rate and yield.
Okay. And what do you mean by junk bonds?
Junk bonds. Junk bonds are issued by the issuer whose credit rating is very poor, and here it is a high risk, like Yash Bank.
Okay, very good. What are different day count conventions?
What are different
different methods of
methods of day count convention? Like,
what are different methods of calculating accrued interest? So day count convention ही हो गया वो. हाँ, tell me what are different methods?
Methods. Like, so you are asking about the types, like 30 by 360.
Yeah.
Actual. Okay, there are many types, like 30 by 360 first type. In this, it assumes that the days in the month is 30, and the number of days in a year is 360. And then 30 by 360, here it assumes that the number of days in a month.
30 by 360 हो गया ना? कितनी बार बोलोगे 30 by 360?
5. Oh.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Like 30 by 360, then 30 by 365, then actual by 365, then actual by actual, like this we have to see. Yeah.
So there were 5, 30 by 360, 30 by 365, then others?
And others like actual by actual, and actual by 360, and then actual by 365.
Okay, very good. What do you mean by dirty price?
Dirty price. Dirty price includes the clean price plus accrued interest.
Okay. What is relationship between bond price and yield?
Bond price and yield. There is an inverse relationship between them.
What do you mean by securitization?
Securitization. Securitization is a process of converting illiquid assets into tradable securities.
Okay. And who helps in converting illiquid assets into tradable securities?
That what we call.
What is the process of, yeah.
Right now, I am unable to recall that process.
Which securities are converted in? Which securities do we get during securitization?
Illiquid.
Which securities we get? Illiquid asset hota hai. Which securities we get?
Tradable securities. Like we can trade.
What are the names of those securities? What are the names of those securities?
Like equity, bonds.
MBS, ABS.
Oh, sorry, sir. MBS, ABS.
What do you mean by non-deliverable forward?
Non-deliverable forward is a forward on currency. It can't be freely exchanged between non-deliverable currencies. Like, and it is done on OTC market. It is done on OTC, and it can't be the process.
Hello?
The process of set is called fixing.
Say it from beginning. Non-deliverable forward is?
What, sir?
Say from beginning. Yeah. Non-deliverable.
Non-deliverable forward is a forward done on currency. And it can't be freely exchanged between non-deliverable currencies. Like the process
it can be exchanged between two non-domestic counterparties.
Oh, sorry, sir. It can't be exchanged between non-domestic parties. Yeah. And the process is called fixing. In fixing, the non-deliverable currencies goes flat and the profit and loss is calculated on the deliverable currencies.
Okay. What is CDS?
What is CDS?
Credit default swap. What is CDS?
Credit default swap. No, sorry, I don't know about this.
Credit default swap.
Credit default swaps. Sir, right now I have not studied swaps.
What is interest rate swap?
Interest rate swaps. Sir, I have not studied swaps. I skipped that topic.
ठीक है. Please work on swaps.
Yeah, sir, sure.
उसका इससे बहुत स्कोर ड्रॉप हो गया, अदरवाइज आप बहुत अच्छे से चल रहे थे.
हाँ सर, वो स्वैप्स के मतलब एग्जांपल्स पता है, हिंदी में एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हो इंटरेस्ट रेट स्वैप को?
नहीं. कोई बात नहीं, गो एंड स्टडी.
या सर.
थैंक यू.
ओके, थैंक यू सर.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Sir, just a moment. Hello.
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what are the important pillars of financial system?
Important pillars of financial systems, participants, products, regulations.
Okay. How many? There are 4 pillars of financial system, right?
Yes.
Markets.
Markets, products, regulations, participants.
Okay. Financial markets are divided into how many markets?
2, primary and secondary.
No.
Financial markets, right, sir?
Financial markets are divided into 2 markets. Capital market and money market.
Money market. So, question is money market.
Capital market and money market. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm saying financial markets are divided into capital market and money market. Capital market is further divided into primary and secondary.
Yes.
Can you explain me the difference between primary and secondary?
Sir, your voice is breaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm saying
Sir, again it got.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. But like, if you go forward, I cannot hear you.
I'm saying, can you explain me difference between primary and secondary market?
Yes, sir. In primary market, we invest, and in secondary market, market trades on primary.
Market trades on primary. I didn't understood that.
Hello.
I didn't understood that.
Okay, sir. In primary market, investors invest in primary market, and in secondary markets are traded like on primary market.
Okay, can you give me one example of secondary market?
So does it show poor connection from my side?
No, I can hear you. I'm saying, can you give me one example of primary market? Can you give me one example of secondary market? Sorry.
Example of secondary market.
Right.
Oh. Example of secondary market is that we trade on primary market.
No. Example of secondary market is Bombay Stock Exchange.
Yes.
What is difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
Order-driven market is traded on exchange, and code-driven market is traded on OTC.
Okay, good.
Code-driven market is a price maker, and in order-driven market, investors.
Okay. And what else? There are many more differences between order-driven market and code-driven market.
In code-driven market, it's the traded on OTC, and code-driven market, the participants.
What about liquidity? Which market has high liquidity?
Which market has high liquidity?
Yes.
Which market has high liquidity? Code-driven market.
No.
Yes, code-driven market.
Liquidity means converting security into cash. So you can convert the security easily into cash on order-driven market or code-driven market.
In quote order driven market, we can convert easily the cash.
So which market has high liquidity? Order driven market.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm saying तो लिक्विडिटी ज्यादा कौन से मार्केट में हुई? ऑर्डर ड्रिवन में हुई ना?
हाँ ऑर्डर ड्रिवन मार्केट सर, हम उसमें ही कैश कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं.
तो यू आर सेइंग कोड ड्रिवन मार्केट?
No, so order driven market, we can convert the cash into liquidity.
Yeah, what are the other characteristics of, what are the other difference between order driven and code driven?
What are difference between?
Other differences बहुत है. Liquidity, transparency, order execution guarantee. Who will talk about all of them?
In code driven markets, there is like transparency between the cash and liquidity, and in order driven market, there is no transparency.
In which market? In which market there is no transparency?
In code driven market, there is no transparency, and in order driven market, there is transparency.
Okay. Okay, great. What is difference between direct financing and indirect financing?
Direct finance is between issuer and lender, and indirect finance like intermediary between issuer and lender, and in indirect there is no intermediary.
उल्टा बोला आपने. What do you mean by ADR? Okay, once you are done with this interview, go and check. What do you mean by ADR?
ADR is an instrument issued on American, is an depository on American DTC.
नहीं, क्या बोल रहे हो यार?
Sir,
it's American depository receipt. It's a depository receipt issued by Depository of America.
Yes, sir, it's issued by Depository of America.
Yeah, tell me more about it. How many types of ADRs are there?
2 ADR, sponsored and unsponsored ADR.
Okay. And what do you mean by sponsored?
In sponsored ADR,
what do you mean by sponsored ADR?
In sponsored ADR, we sponsor unsponsored ADR.
How are commercial papers issued?
How are
commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued by corporates.
I'm asking you how, and you are telling me who. I'm asking you how are commercial.
How are commercial papers issued by private placement?
They're issued through private placement. And I'm asking you how you are telling me about corporate. I didn't ask about who issues commercial paper.
Commercial papers are issued
through private place. How they are issued? कैसे issue होते हैं वो?
In private placement, they are issued.
Yeah. And how are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bills are issued at. Treasury bills are issued at counterparties. treasury bills are issued at counterparties at par. Hello.
How are treasury bills issued?
Hello,
they are
sir.
issued through auction. They are issued through auction.
Yes, Dutch auction. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, but you are not giving answers. You are giving stupid answers. And that is what I'm thinking, that where is the problem? Can you explain me what is the auction process?
Process of Dutch auction?
Yes.
Process of Dutch auction. We auction at a price given as auction can be done on a price which can be go higher, and it's opted by the people. Hello.
No. Go. Study. You can go study. Your knowledge is very weak. Your delivery is very weak. Okay. I'm giving you marks for free. Otherwise, your certification will, your tier score will fall ultimately. If I actually मन तो मेरा 0 देने का कर रहा है, but I don't understand, like, where are you guys lagging?
So we'll try to work hard.
I can see how well you guys are trying. You and Janvi, how you guys are trying, I can see.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can go.
Thank you, sir.
हेलो.
हाँ सर. यस.
हाँ, कहाँ हो?
घर पे आया सर.
घर पे आए हो?
हाँ सर, वो आपको बोला था थोड़ा वो क्रिटिकल हो गया सर प्रॉब्लम.
क्या हो गया?
वो आपको बोला था ना मेरे प्रॉब्लम हुआ सो अभी क्रिटिकल हो गया अभी ज्यादा.
क्या हो गया? वकील से बात नहीं किया क्या?
हाँ, वो बैंक मैनेजर के बात करने के लिए गया था वकील को साथ लेकर, तो वो क्रॉस बात कर रहा था पिताजी से.
क्या कर रहा था?
मेरे पहले पिताजी गए थे बात करने के लिए, तो टेढ़ी बात कर रहा था. फिर वकील को साथ लेकर गए, फिर भी क्रॉस बात कर रहा था. आपकी हैसियत नहीं है लोन में चुकाने की तो क्यों लेते हो, ऐसे ऐसे बोल रहा था वो. तो वो मेरा गलती से हाथ उड़ गया उसके ऊपर, बैंक मैनेजर के ऊपर.
अच्छा.
उससे
फिर
और ज्यादा हो गया इशू.
मार दिया उसको?
हाँ बैंक में ही झापड़ मार दिया उसको सबके सामने।
फिर बहुत मारने, एक ही मारा क्या बहुत मारा?
नहीं नहीं, एक ही। पिताजी ने
अच्छा।
रोक लिया वो बाद में।
हाँ फिर अभी, बट फिर जो
अभी
मैंने
कुछ
दो तीन
नहीं,
बातें बोली थी पूछने के लिए, वो पूछी क्या वकील ने?
वही पूछने गए थे हम, तो वो बोला जिस दिन कोर्ट में हियरिंग है उसी दिन पूछने का रहता है, ऐसे कभी भी मत आओ बैंक में, बोल रहे हो।
हाँ
टेढ़ी बात कर रहा था पिताजी से।
एक मिनट एक मिनट एक मिनट। हेलो।
हाँ सर।
हाँ फिर अभी आगे क्या बोला?
आगे कुछ नहीं सर, वो मेरे ऊपर ही केस करने वाला था, तो बाद में वकील ने समझाया, साइड डिप्रेशन में था बच्चा ऐसे वैसे, तो बोल दिया उसको,
क्या है?
समझाया था। वो लड़का थोड़ा डिप्रेशन में था इसलिए गुस्से में मार दिया, सब सब वकील ने समझाया थोड़ा उसको बाद में।
हाँ तो फिर अभी
आगे कुछ नहीं सर।
तो क्या अभी कोर्ट, क्या कोर्ट
अभी
क्या बोल रहा
16
है?
तारीख को है कोर्ट में हियरिंग जाने का है, उस दिन देखेंगे क्या होता
हाँ बट फिर वकील ने पूछा ना उसको कि अगर ईएमआई नहीं पे करे तो पहले क्यों नहीं बोला?
है। आपने बोलने के बाद मुझे पीछे बोला था, वो पीछे कुछ भी बात नहीं कर रहा, आपका वकील को और वकील को बात करूंगा बोला उसने पहले। फिर मैं अभी कल फ्राइडे के परसों आया घर पे, वकील के साथ गया, फिर उसको बोला मैंने ऐसा ऐसे मुझे कुछ पूछना है क्वेश्चन, वो बोला अभी ऐसे कुछ भी मत पूछो कभी भी आके, जब कोर्ट में तारीख दिया है आपको बोलने के लिए, उस दिन क्या बोलना है क्या पूछना है उस दिन पूछो, ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ।
हम्म। पर ये आपका वकील बोल क्या रहा है केस में?
नहीं मैंने बोला वो ऐसा ऐसा लोन लिया था, अब इसमें सॉल्यूशन क्या है। वो बात करने के लिए गया बैंक मैनेजर से, बैंक मैनेजर वो उधर का ये एमपी का
आपका
शायद
वकील
यूपी।
क्या बोल रहा है? आपका वकील क्या बोल रहा है?
कुछ नहीं, वो फीस देनी पड़ेगी पहले, इतनी देनी पड़ेगी, हियरिंग के बाद इतनी फीस देनी पड़ेगी, वो फीस क्या बोल रहा था स्टार्टिंग में तो।
बट बोल रहा क्या है, सही है क्या नहीं, कि भाई बैंक को पैसा देना पड़ेगा कि
हाँ
नहीं देना
वो बोल
पड़ेगा?
रहा है जितना लोन लिया है ना 5 लाख वो तो देना ही पड़ेगा, बाद में का इंटरेस्ट जो कुछ भाई वो मैं दिलाने नहीं लगा था, जितना लोन है वो उतना तो देना ही पड़ेगा बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ
इतना तो दे सकते हो मगर इंटरेस्ट तो नहीं दे सकते बोला मैं।
हाँ 5 लाख रुपए दे दो, खत्म करो, बोलो मैटर, प्रॉपर्टी के पेपर दे दो
हाँ
बोलो मेरे को, और प्रॉपर्टी के
हाँ
पेपर्स
वो
मिलेंगे
बैंक
तभी
मैनेजर बोल,
तभी पैसा दूंगा बोलने का।
हाँ वो
प्रॉपर्टी के
बैंक मैनेजर भी बहुत
प्रॉपर्टी
क्रॉस बात कर रहा था वो, आपकी
बोलो
हैसियत नहीं
प्रॉपर्टी,
है लोन चुकाने की तो क्यों लिया, ऐसा वैसा बोल रहा था वो भी।
उसको बोलो प्रॉपर्टी के पेपर्स पहले दिखाओ मेरे को ओरिजिनल, मैं एक बार वेरीफाई कर लूंगा।
हाँ वकील वकील को दिखाया था उसने, वकील बोला सही है सब, जितना लोन है उतना तो अभी इस पर आता है, क्या है हुआ देखेंगे बोला वो भी।
ठीक है, टेल मी व्हाट आर द पिलर्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम?
फाइनेंशियल मार्केट,
हाँ
देन फाइनेंशियल पार्टिसिपेंट्स, regulations and services.
And one more. Financial products.
Sorry, financial products.
So how many markets are there in financial markets?
There are two markets, capital market and money market.
Very good. Capital market is divided further into how many markets?
Primary market and secondary market.
Okay. What is difference between primary market and secondary market?
In primary market, there are investor and issuers are meet, and secondary market are investors and investor are meet.
Okay. Can you give one example of secondary market?
No, sir.
Secondary market example, BSE.
Yes. याद नहीं आ रहा.
Okay. What is difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
Order-driven is market mechanism of market where securities are traded stock exchange, and code-driven market are traded on OTC market.
Okay. And what else?
Order-driven market participants, these participants in the market are investors and traders, and code-driven market is the these
participants in
market makers. Order-driven market markets are investors and traders, and code-driven participants are market makers.
Okay, and more. In which market the liquidity is high?
Code-driven market. Code-driven market.
Or, no, wrong. In which market?
What, sir?
In which market transparency is high?
Order-driven market.
Okay, good. What is the difference between direct financing and indirect financing?
In direct finance, there is no intermediary between investors and issuer. And in indirect finance, there is an intermediary between investor and issuer. Investors invest in intermediary and invest in securities of issuer.
Okay. And who has the custody of securities in indirect financing?
Custody?
Who has the custody of securities? Who has the custody of securities?
Investors?
No. Indirect financing में custody is with mutual fund, intermediary.
Yes.
Right.
Right. तो फ्राइडे के दिन जो पढ़ा था उतना याद है सर, अभी बाकी का नहीं पढ़ा इसलिए.
What to do? Okay. What do you mean by ADR?
ADR is a financial instrument issued by Depository of America. ADR is traded on stock exchange of America. In ADR, there are two ADR types. First one is sponsored ADR, and second one is unsponsored ADR.
Okay. What is difference between sponsored and unsponsored?
In sponsored ADR, issuer is willing to issue available security in American market, and unsponsored ADR is issued by a depository without knowledge and information of issuer of company.
Okay. And how many levels are there in sponsored ADR?
3 levels.
Okay. What are those? What are those levels?
याद नहीं आ रहा सर, पढ़ा था, याद नहीं आ रहा.
What is difference between ordinary shares and preference shares?
Ordinary shares are the most common type of shares. Ordinary shares are represent the major part of a share of capital, and the preference share is where shareholder gets preference in terms of dividend, payment and repayment time of liquidation.
Okay. And what is difference between ordinary shares and preference shares?
Ordinary shares have voting right. Ordinary shares are trading on stock exchange. Preference shares are fixed dividend, fixed maturity, and traded on stock exchange.
Okay. Okay. What are different types of money market products?
Seed certificate of deposit, commercial paper, treasury bills, repurchase agreement, and interbank lending.
Okay. What is different? How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued by corporates and private placement. Investors are subscribes.
Investors are
subscribes.
And how are treasury bills issued?
Issued at discount and redeemed at par.
No.
Issued through auction process. This is called Dutch auction.
Okay. Can you explain the auction process?
सर वो बोली लगाते हैं ना.
Okay. What is the auction process? Who are the participants in auction? What is the relationship between interest rate and yield?
The bond is held till maturity in yield.
The bond is?
It is a total yield earned. The bond is held till maturity.
नहीं क्या बोल रहे हो, समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
पता नहीं सर.
What is difference between क्या क्वेश्चन था? What is difference? What is relationship between interest rate and yield?
हाँ सर, पता नहीं सर.
What happens to bond price when interest rates in the market go up?
Bond price are down.
When interest rates in the market go up, bond price goes down.
Down. And yield also down.
Okay. If interest rate goes up, bond price goes
down.
And if interest rate goes down, bond price goes up.
Bond price goes up.
बहुत प्रिपरेशन बहुत वीक है भाई, कैसे जॉब लगेगी आप बताओ मेरे को.
नहीं सर, ये 2 दिन में नहीं हुआ गांव में आने के बाद. जितना याद था उतना ही बोल रहा हूँ.
ठीक है, यू कैन गो. मतलब इतना खुश नहीं हूँ मैं प्रिपरेशन से, बट एवरेज मार्क्स दे रहा हूँ मैं. खाली फोकट मार्क्स कम मिलेंगे, मार्क्स कम मिलेंगे तो तुम्हारा टीयर गिरेगा, तुम्हारा टीयर गिरेगा तो तुमको जॉब नहीं मिलेगी. तो जॉब नहीं मिली तो कैसी वाट लगेगी आपको तो पता ही है.
सर दिस टाइम नीडफुल. वो प्रॉब्लम चल रही थी इसलिए मेरी ज्यादा तैयारी नहीं हुई सर.
हाँ,
नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं ऐसा नहीं करूँ.
ठीक है. ठीक है.
ओके सर. एग्जिट करूँ सर?
हाँ.
थैंक यू.
Hello.
हाँ.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
So you're not. Yes, I can hear you. You're not visible.
मैंने कैमरा ऑफ रखा है.
Oh.
आप चालू कर दो.
My
give
camera.
me. हाँ चालू करो. Give me 2 minutes.
हाँ. Okay. Good afternoon, sir. By the way.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Tell me, what are the important pillars of financial system?
There are 4 pillars of financial system. First are financial market, second is financial product, third is our participants, and fourth is regulations and services. Hello?
एक second. How many markets are there in financial markets?
2 markets, sir.
Okay.
Capital market and money market.
Okay, very good. How many markets are there in capital market?
Capital market are basically for long terms market.
How many markets are there in capital markets?
2 markets, primary and secondary.
Okay, what is different between both of them?
Primary markets are the markets where issuer and investor meet and securities are issued, and secondary markets are the place where securities are traded, like exchange.
Okay, very good. And what is difference between order driven and code driven?
Both are market mechanism. In main difference is that in order driven market there is a rule book, and in code driven market there is no rule book. Participants in order driven markets are basically ordinary investors or retail investors, and in code driven markets are the market makers who bid, who yield both bidding price and buying price.
Okay. Which market has higher transparency?
Order driven market has higher transparency.
And which market has higher liquidity?
Liquidity is also order driven market.
Okay. Can you explain me about ADR?
ADR is an American depository receipt. It's a financial instrument issued by American Depository, which is DTCC. They are of 2 types, sponsored and unsponsored. In sponsored, the issuers are willing to issue this financial instrument, and they bear all the insurance charges. Then in ADR, ADR is listed on American Stock Exchange. Then there are 3 levels in sponsored. In level 1, the minimum compliance with Securities and Exchange Commissions, because they have to comply with some of the compliance from Securities and Exchange Commission. Then they are traded on OTC in first level, and they cannot be used to raise capital. Then there is second level. In second level, the compliance are moderate. They are traded on exchange. And there is the third level where the full compliance is there, and they are traded on exchange. Some of them get voting rights, like not all of them, and they can be used to raise capital. Voting right depends on the issuer.
And what do you mean by custodian?
Custodians are the firm or individual who
individual.
Mostly firms or institutions. I meant to say institution who safeguard the assets of the people or the client.
And who are depositories?
Depositories are the firms or institution who stores data, who stores equity and shares in electronic form. Example, NSDL and CDS.
Okay. And what is the difference between broker and dealer?
Broker deals on behalf of their client, and dealer deals on behalf of themselves. A broker, example of dealer is currency dealer.
नीचे देख के बोल रहे हो क्या?
नहीं मैं ये इससे ये I was playing with this cloth.
अच्छा. Okay. Okay. What is difference between ordinary shares and preference shares?
Ordinary shares, difference between ordinary shares and preference shares are that preference shares have their fixed dividend. They get preference in compared to ordinary shares in terms of payment of dividend and in terms of payment and repayment during at liquidation.
Okay, what are fundamental rights of ordinary shares?
Ordinary shares have the voting right, and a preference shareholder does not have a voting right.
Okay, what are the fundamental rights of ordinary shares?
They have right to vote.
Hmm.
The fundamental rights are they have right to vote.
And other?
And they are part owners of the company. And dividend, they receive dividend, but the dividend is not mandatory that they'll receive the dividend every year.
Okay. And how many money market products are there?
Money market products. They are, first is a certificate of deposit. Second is certificate commercial papers. Then T-bills. Then bonds. I'm sorry. Then T-bills. 3. And fourth one is 0. T-bills. Commercial paper. Inter bank lending.
What is difference between term money and notice money?
And repurchase agreement. What, sir?
What is difference between term money and notice money?
Term money is basically paid after 14 days. The term is pre-decided, and notice money is paid between 2 to 14 days when lenders give notice to the borrower.
Okay. And how are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued privately.
Okay, and how are treasury bills issued?
Treasury bills are issued through auction, which is called as Dutch auction.
Okay. Can you explain me the auction process?
Auction process takes place online. There are 2 participants. Sir, do I have to explain the participants also?
Yeah. How does auction process takes place?
So, auction place takes place online, and it's through Dutch auction, where the lowest auctions bidders are listed from in ascending orders from lowest to highest.
Okay.
And there are 2 types of bidders: competitive and non-competitive bidders.
And which rate government selects?
What, sir?
Which rate government chooses?
Now, so the
in the
rate
auction,
for
when competitive bidder bids, at which rate government issues treasury bills?
Which is the lowest rate bid by the
highest.
competitive bid to the highest, lowest to highest.
Okay. Okay. What is the issuance style of treasury bill? Issuance style.
Issuance style.
In what style they are issued?
So, like, they are issued, they are given the certificate.
They are issued at discount, redeemed at par.
Acha, that they are issued at discount and redeemed at par. The difference between the issued price and the redeemed price is the interest.
Okay. What is the relationship between interest rate and yield?
So the relationship between interest rate and yield is direct relationship. When the interest rate increases, the yield also increases.
What are junk bonds?
Junk bonds are the bonds whose rating is below BB to D. They are very risky bonds, so that's why they pay higher rate of interest.
What are perpetual bonds?
Perpetual bonds are the bonds issued by corporates who does not have maturity date, but they come with two clauses, payable and callable, which are which is beneficiary to both investor and issuer. In callable, if you want me to explain, no?
No. What are different day count conventions?
There are 5 type of day count convention. This is the method used for finding out accrued interest. First is 30 days upon 360 days, where every month has 30 days and year consists of 360 days. Then there is 30 days upon 365 days, where every month is 30 days and year consists of 365 days. Then there's actual upon 360, where the actual numbers of dates upon and the year has 360 days. Then there's actual upon 365 and there's actual upon actual.
What is non-deliverable forward?
Non-deliverable forward is a forward contract on currency which cannot be traded easily between two non-domestic counterparties.
Okay. How is non-deliverable forward settled?
They are settled in cash.
Okay. What is the settlement process of forward? How is the settlement process of non-deliverable forward contract?
The process of settlement of non-deliverable forward is called fixing. In fixing, the non-deliverable currencies goes flat, and profit and loss has to be calculated in deliverable currency.
What do you mean by CDS?
What, sir?
What do you mean by CDS? Credit default swap.
Credit default swap. Credit default swap is exchange of cash flow. Credit default swap is the exchange of cash flow. No, credit default swap. So I can explain you with the example.
Yeah.
Credit default swap is basically a type of insurance. If if a company gets a flag about any credit event and they are insecure and they want to hedge their securities, they go to the other bank, which is basically an investment bank, and they tell them about the securities which they are insecure of, and they promise to pay them premium in exchange of the promise to indemnify in default.
Okay.
And premium can be paid in 2 ways. First is lump sum amount is paid at once and settled at once, and second is if a company is receiving any return from that security, so certain percentage is given to the bank who is providing them assurance about the security. Then what you call it can be settled in 2 ways: private cash settlement and physical settlement. In one case, in physical settlement, where company is actually holding the securities and they are hedging their losses, and in other they are speculating on a credit event and predetermined amount is exchanged on the occurrence of credit event.
Okay. 1 second. ठीक है, it was fine.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है, you can go. I will ask Yogesh to join in some time.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, but it was very awkward to just see my face and talk. That's why I was playing with the cloth. Sorry.
Now you would be able to
was
see me.
Yeah. No. Before I was just. You said no. Why are you looking down? I was playing with this cloth because nothing was visible. Thank you, sir.
ठीक है. Okay, thank you. It
Thank
was good. Just keep revising. Overall, it was very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. No visible.
Huh?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
But I can't see you.
Is it okay?
Yes, I can now see you. Okay, Yogesh. Tell me, what are the important pillars of financial system?
Financial system. Like there are four pillars: financial market, financial product, financial service and regulation, and financial participants. So these are the four pillars of financial system.
Okay, how many markets are there in financial markets?
How many markets? In financial markets, there are two types of market: capital market and money market. In capital market, there are two types: primary and secondary market.
Okay. What are objectives of secondary market?
Objective of secondary market. So first thing is price discovery. Okay. So like it will secondary market helps in discovering of price, and it depends on the basis of demand and supply in the market. Plus, yeah, price discovery is one. Second is liquidation. With the help of secondary market, we can easily sell and buy security from secondary market.
Liquidity. It's not liquidation.
Yes, liquidity. And third is reducing risks and cost. So these are the three objectives of secondary market.
Okay. What is difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
See, order-driven market is basically it's traded on exchange, and code-driven market is traded on off exchange. Like it's traded on OTC market. Okay. In code-driven market, market are like they are a market maker. They give both the quotes simultaneously, like bid and ask. Okay. And order-driven market is most transparent market, as order book is visible to every participant in the market. Plus, in order-driven market, it follows certain rules like price, time, and volume. Price at which securities were placed, order was placed, time at which time the order was placed, and the volume is for how many quantity they have placed that order. In code-driven market, yes, in code-driven market, there is no as such rule followed by in code-driven market, and there is always an inherent risk involved in code-driven market. And plus, it is not a transparent market as order is done privately on OTC market. This is the difference.
What do you understand by direct financing and indirect financing?
Direct financing means like there is no intermediary involved in it. Okay, like investment decision and everything have in the hand of investor. He can directly invest in the securities, and securities are under the custody of investor. In indirect finance, there is an intermediary between investor and issuer. In intermediaries, we can say mutual fund is an example of indirect finance, and securities are under the custody of intermediaries in indirect finance. And all the investment decisions are taken by intermediaries. We directly invest in intermediaries, and intermediaries invest in securities.
Okay, good. What do you mean by custodian?
Custodian is a financial institution who holds or safeguards the securities of a client.
And who is depository?
For example, depository. The depository is an institution of organization who holds securities in digital form. Like a broker, we can call it a depository.
Depository is whom?
Depository, we can call as like the person who is holding securities as in digital form. So like
Person.
Zerodha can be a
can person hold?
No, not person, sir. Organization or institutions.
Example?
Example, just a moment. Zerodha can be an example. Like they hold a security in digital.
No, Zerodha does not hold our security.
Okay. Yes. I'm not aware of it.
NSDL, CDSL.
Yes, yeah, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you mean by ADR?
ADR is an American depository receipt issued by a financial institute. Like ADR is also traded, can be traded as an securities on exchange. So, so there are two types of ADR: sponsored ADR and unsponsored ADR. Sponsored ADR is where issuer is willing to sponsor their securities in foreign market. So all the barrier cost and everything will be bear by issuer. Okay, and yes, and issuer contact with our local depository, and local depository transfer our security to DTCC, that is American Depository Receipt. Okay. In sponsored ADR, there are three levels: level 1, level 2, and level 3. In level 1, there is minimum compliance, like these securities are traded on OTC market, plus they are not used for raising capital. In level 2, they have moderate compliance. These securities are traded on exchange, plus they don't have any they can raise capital from in level 2. In level 3,
no, they can't raise capital in level 2.
Right, they are traded on exchange, but they can't raise capital in level 2. And in level 3, they have full compliance. They can be traded on exchange, plus they can raise capital with level 3 with ADR.
How are treasury bills issued?
How are treasury bills issued? Like treasury bills are generally issued by governments.
I'm asking you how. I'm asking you how. मैं थोड़ी देर पहले ग्रुप पे लिखा भी था. मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले ग्रुप पे लिखा भी था.
Yes, the private placement के through होता है. Like they are issued through private.
Treasury bills are issued through private placement.
Sorry, I remember, sir. It's an auction process called Dutch auction. So there are two types of bidder, right, sir?
Yeah.
There are two types of bidder: competitive bidder and non-competitive bidder. Competitive bidder who generally bids the interest rate or coupon rate they want against the security of that bond. And non-competitive bidders, they get average.
Okay. What is relationship between interest rate and bond price?
Interest rate and bond price. Okay. Yes. So they have inverse relationship between them, interest rate and bond price, because of supply and demand. As the demand for the new security will increase, so the demand for the current security will decrease, because the new security has come up with an increase, like more rate of interest. So definitely the definitely the clients will sell the securities and buy the new securities because they want a more rate of interest. So demand for the current previous security will decrease. So they both have an inverse relationship. Interest rate will increase, bond price will decrease.
And what do you mean by Eurobond?
Eurobond is basically where.
One second. Chagir. Yeah, what is Eurobond?
Yes, Eurobonds, for an example, Reliance wanted to issue the security in foreign market. And for example, in US, Reliance is issuing the security in US, and they are denominating for other foreign currency. Can be an example of Eurobonds.
Okay. What is dirty price?
Sorry?
Dirty price.
Dirty price. Yes. Clean price plus accrued interest is a dirty price. Accrued interest means with the interest which is not yet realized. It is known as an accrued interest.
Okay. Can you explain me NDF?
NDF. Yes, sir. Non-deliverable forward. It's a forward contract for currency. The currency which is not able to exchange freely in non-domestic currencies. Okay, so NDF are issued on NDF are settled by NDF are cash settled, and the cash settle is known as a fixing in NDF. Okay, and the fixing means the currency which is the non-deliverable currency is fixed, and profit and loss is calculated on the deliverable currency. For example, I'm buying $1,000 for 70,000 rupees. Okay, so as the demand for as the currency price will increase, so this time the one currency will be fixed, like the rupees will be fixed. Okay, as there is a restriction in that. Okay, so this time like we'll check for how many dollars we can buy that currency, Indian currency, like how many dollars we require to buy Indian currency. So this is an NDF.
ना अच्छे से नहीं एक्सप्लेन नहीं किया, बट ठीक है, और क्लैरिटी आ सकती है.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by? किधर है? अच्छा, wait. What do you mean by credit default swap?
Credit default swap. Yes, I know. Credit default swap means should I explain it directly with the help of example?
Example.
That's okay, no, sir?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. So let's consider there are two counterparties, Reliance and Dutch Bank, let's say, and Reliance is holding Yes Bank bond. Okay, and Yes Bank, as we all know, Yes Bank rating is continuously going down. Okay, so Reliance is also worried as is holding a heavy amount in Reliance, heavy security of Reliance. So Reliance wanted to hedge its security. Okay, so what Reliance do? Reliance find a counterparty who has a totally opposite speculation about the Yes Bank. So Reliance find Dutch Bank. Dutch Bank studies about Yes Bank. So as per the Dutch Bank, they think that Yes Bank this credit rating is for short term. Like in coming future, it will be improved. So Dutch Bank thinks there will be no any such problem in Yes Bank security. So they both had a contract, Reliance and Dutch Bank. Reliance will pay premium to the Dutch Bank, and Dutch Bank will give coverage to the Reliance on that security. So some sort of cover will be there, like or whatever cover that agreed contract will be covered hoga, like 70-80%, whatever with the agreed cover. So at the credit, the default time, the Dutch Bank is liable to pay Reliance the whatever the cover amount they have decided at that time of agreement. And these premiums are paid by two types. Actually, I'm not remembering it.
Hello.
Yes, sir. So this is a credit default risk where a party is they feel.
What is difference between equity swap and total return swap?
Equity swap and total return swap. Like equity swap and total return swap. Like equity swap is generally done for hedging their equities. And in total returns,
okay, just explain me two legs of equity swap. What are the two legs of equity swap?
No, sir, I don't remember that.
Equity swap के दो legs.
Leg 1, leg 2 है sir. I'm not remembering exactly क्या था वो.
ठीक है, overall it was good, but concentrate on derivatives.
Yes, sure, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
1 second, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, but sir, tell me what are the important pillars of financial system?
There are 4 pillars: financial markets, financial participants, financial products, financial services, and regulations.
Okay. What do you mean by depositories?
Depository is an institute who holds share securities in electronic form. For example, in India, it's CDSL and NSDL. In US, it's DTCC.
Okay. And what do you mean by what are the difference between order-driven and code-driven market?
Order-driven market are traded on exchange, or code-driven market means it's done on OTC. The execution speed is more on order-driven market, but the guarantee is less in order-driven market. But the speed in code-driven market is less, but the guarantee is high in code-driven market. In order-driven market, participants are investors, traders, etc. In code-driven market, participants are market makers.
Okay. And what do you mean by ADR?
ADR is American Depository Receipt. If Indian company wants to raise capital in US without an IPO, they can do that with the help of ADR. ADR are of 2 types: sponsored and unsponsored. Sponsored ADR means the issuer himself willingly issues ADR in the US markets with full compliance with SEC. Sponsored ADR.
And sponsored ADR?
Sponsored ADR have 3 levels. In first level, there is minimum compliance. It cannot be used to raise capital and it's traded on OTC. In level 2, there is moderate compliance. It cannot be still it cannot be used to raise capitals, but it's traded on exchange. In level 3, there is full compliance with the SEC. It can be used to raise capital and voting rights too.
Okay. And what are unsponsored ADR?
Unsponsored ADR means the US depository will issue the deposit receipt without the knowledge of the issuer company with interest of the market demand.
In interest of market demand.
With interest of the market demand. If the general public of the US wants a company like Tata Motor, a company like Infosys, so the depository will themselves the SEC will themselves issue the Infosys ADR without the knowledge of the Infosys India.
Okay. What is the difference between ordinary and preference shares?
Ordinary preferences. Ordinary shares are part owners of the company. They also have voting rights. Preference shares do not have voting rights, but they have preference in the payment of dividend and repayment during liquidity when compared to ordinary shares. And ordinary shares are traded on exchange, and also preference shares are traded on exchange. There is only one type of common shares are only of one type, but preference shares there are various kinds of preferences like convertible, non-convertible, participating, non-participating, redeemable, irredeemable, and etc.
Okay. How are commercial papers issued?
Through private placement.
Okay. And how are treasury bills issued?
How are
treasury bills issued?
They are issued through auction process, which is called Dutch auction.
Okay. Can you explain me the auction process?
Dutch auction process. Only the competitive bidders are allowed to participate in the Dutch auction. The competitive bidders bid the yield which they are expecting on the treasury bills, and after the Dutch auction is completed, all the yield which they have like bidded are assembled in the ascending order, and then one by one they are the competitive bidders get one by one the treasury bills, and the non-competitive bidders get the average of the yield which the competitive bidders get.
Okay. And how does government allocate treasury bill to the competitive bidders?
Whoever has the lowest yield will get the treasury bill first.
Okay. What is the maximum life of money market product?
1 year.
Are money market products secured?
Only one money market product is secured, which is repurchase agreement, repos.
Are all money market products traded?
Yes, on OTC.
Are all money market products traded on OTC?
No. Repo is not traded, and interbank lending is not traded.
Okay. What is securitization?
Securitization means converting illiquid assets into liquid tradable assets. They are done by the help of a bank has loans which they are for which they have a fear that they might not get the loan. So what they will do is they will sell those loans to the SPV, which is a special purpose vehicle, and the SPV will then sell those loans to mutual funds, hedge funds, etc., which are called as mortgage-backed securities. It's one example of securitization.
Okay. What is the relationship between bond price and yield?
Bond price and yield, they have inverse relation. For example, bond price goes down, the yield will increase because for example, if the face value of a bond is 1,000 rupees and someone buys the bond at 90 rupees and the coupon is 10%, so he will get more yield compared to other bonds which are in the market because because he's getting the bond which is of 1,000 rupees for 900.
Okay. And what do you mean by junk bond?
Junk bond are issued by those companies whose credit rating is low. For example, below BB.
Okay. And what are quasi-government bonds?
Quasi-government bonds are issued by government-like organizations, like for example, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac.
Okay.
And they have backing of the government while repayment.
Okay. What do you mean by NDF?
NDF are forwards which are not freely exchangeable for the non-domestic counterparties. They are cash settled products, and the settlement process is called fixing. The fixing means at maturity, the fixing rate is calculated, the profit and loss is calculated in the deliverable currency.
Okay. Can you give an example?
Example of NDF.
How profit would be calculated in deliverable currency?
For example, we buy if we buy $1,000 at rate of 70 rupees per dollar, which means 70,000 rupees. We buy $1,000, sell 70,000 rupees, and when we are buying back at maturity, when we are buying back the 70,000 rupees, the fixing rate will tell us how much dollars will be needed to match the 70,000 rupees.
Example? Any example? So suppose you buy at 70.
Yeah.
And on the fixing rate was 72.
Yeah.
So is there a profit or is there loss?
The rupees rate, the profit and losses cannot be calculated in the rupees rate.
No, I'm not saying profit and loss is calculated in rupees. I'm saying fixing rate is $1.72.
Yeah.
So do you have profit in NDF contract or do you have loss in NDF contract?
Profit.
Okay. Can you calculate the profit and tell me using a simple calculator?
Yes, 1 minute. Is it good? So 2,000 rupees.
No, but you said profit is not calculated in rupees.
Sorry. Sorry, sir, I can't recall what exactly was the process of calculating. I will need
70,000. 70,000.
Yes, 70,000
divided by 72 crore.
972. $972. Yes, sir.
No, you will need $972 to buy 70,000.
Buy 70,000 rupees. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Minus $1,027.77 is your profit. 27.7.
Yes, got it.
Sir, yes, इसको करो into
27.77. Yes.
20 इसको into करो 72 से. You will get the.
Yes, 2,000 अभी आ गया.
आपको हाईएस्ट मार्क मिलते हैं एफएक्स में अगर आप ये मेरे को सही बता देते तो. जितने भी लोग आज इंटरव्यू दिए सबसे हाईएस्ट मार्क्स मिलते हैं आपको. कोई बात नहीं. Tell me what is CDS?
CDS. CDS is a contract in which the seller of a CDS promises the buyer of the CDS in case there is a credit event. For example, Axis Mutual Fund buys a bond of, let's say, some like SBI bond or Yes Bank bond. And if he's in fear that they will default in few years, so what the Axis Mutual Fund do is they will buy a CDS contract with Barclays. Barclays is the seller of the contract, in which Axis Mutual Fund will pay premium to the Barclays, and Barclays will promise them the indemnity if there is any credit event. And the premium are of two types, like fixed or variable.
Okay. Suppose you think that interest rates will go up.
Yes.
Okay. You are thinking interest rates will go up. What position you will choose in interest rate swap contract?
Up.
What position you will choose in interest rate swap contract?
I will pay fixed and receive floating.
Pay fixed and receive
floating.
Okay. Very good. Superb. ठीक है, कंटिन्यू करो रिवीजन. बस बहुत बढ़िया था.
ओके सर, थैंक यू.
ओके,
बराबर था सर.
एकदम बराबर, एकदम. मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, अगर सब वो एफएक्स का आंसर सही दे देते तो मतलब
सर वो
सबसे टॉप.
मैं पूरा वो स्वैप्स ही कर रहा था सुबह से, उस पे मैं ध्यान ही नहीं, फिक्सिंग रेट कैसे कैलकुलेट करते हैं मेरे को अभी याद आया. वो भी कैलकुलेट करने का सीखना. मेरे बाकी सब न्यूमेरिकल कर लिया, वही बाकी था, वही किया ही नहीं मैंने.
नहीं बट अच्छा ही था. मतलब आई वुड हैव हायर्ड यू अगर ये परफॉर्मेंस लाइव देते तो तुम. ठीक है. ओके, ठीक है. थैंक यू. मैं गौरव को मैं मैसेज करता हूँ खुद ही.
गौरव
आप मैसेज मत करो ग्रुप में.
ठीक है चलेगा.
हाँ, थैंक यू. हेलो।
हेलो सर।
हाँ, आई कैन सी यू। देख पा रहे हो? मैं देख पा रहा था आपको, मैं सुन भी पा रहा था।
यस सर।
एक सेकंड, एक सेकंड। हेलो।
हेलो सर।
हाँ, बोला। यस, टेल मी व्हाट आर द इम्पोर्टेंट पिलर्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल, व्हाट आर द इम्पोर्टेंट पिलर्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम?
पिलर्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम। Capacity, money market, derivatives,
What are the
foreign
important
exchange.
what are the important pillars of financial system? Financial markets, financial product, financial participants. याद आ रहा है क्या?
ब्रोकरेज, डीलर,
मैंने आपको आंसर बताया, अभी आप वापस गलत क्यों बता रहे हो? What are the pillars of financial system? Financial market, financial product, financial participants, financial service. पढ़ाई नहीं किया क्या?
ठीक है सर।
बुक है क्या सामने?
नहीं सर।
किधर है बुक?
बंद
किधर है
करके
बुक?
रखिए।
किधर
बंद
पड़ा? किधर है?
करके रखिए सर। क्या?
किधर पड़ा है बुक? किधर है?
इधर है।
खोल, देखो, खोलो
बंद है
पहले
सर।
इंट्रोडक्शन। हाँ,
खोलू क्या सर?
हाँ खोलो और पहले वाला देखो, जो इंट्रोडक्शन टू फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम में अपन ने पिलर्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम लिखा था क्या? अरे पहला पहला देखो ना।
हाँ सर।
नहीं है क्या बोल रहा हूँ पहला फर्स्ट वन फर्स्ट चैप्टर फर्स्ट पेज
फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम है।
हाँ क्या है पिलर्स क्या है उसके?
फाइनेंशियल मार्केट, फाइनेंशियल प्रोडक्ट, फाइनेंशियल पार्टिसिपेशन, फाइनेंशियल सर्विस एंड रेगुलेशन
है ना?
हाँ
फिर बंद कर दो अभी।
फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम
रख दो उसको। ठीक है हाँ। Now tell me, how many markets are there in financial markets?
order driven market, code driven market.
No. There are two markets, capital market and money market.
Capital market is the money market.
How many markets are there in capital market? How many markets are there in capital market?
Primary and secondary.
Primary and secondary. What is primary market?
Primary market is investor and issuer meet.
And secondary market?
Secondary market is investor and investor to meet.
Okay. What do you mean by custodian? What do you mean by custodian? कस्टोडियन कौन होता है भाई?
Custodian.
Who is custodian?
Custodian asset वगैरह स्टोर करके रखता है।
हिंदी में तो आंसर देना ही नहीं है। What do you mean by depository?
Depository is the financial instrument to securities hold on electronic form. securities hold on electronic form.
नहीं. What are depositories who hold securities in electronic form?
Depository receipt.
Who are depository? Who are depository? Who are depository? बोलो ना. What is difference between order driven market and code driven market?
Order driven market settles in cash. Order driven market are settled in cash.
Order driven market are settled in cash. What do you mean by ADR?
ADR, American Depository Receipt.
What is ADR?
American Depository Receipt is a foreign currency received in a local
What is ADR? American Depository Receipt. What is difference between ordinary and preference shares? What is difference between ordinary shares and preference shares? How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial paper
How are commercial papers issued?
when two
Class
banks
नहीं. NDF बता सकोगे? What is NDF?
non-deliverable forward. Non-deliverable forward is the non-deliverable forward is a contract is a contract in currency. It cannot be currency cannot freely exchange in two non-domestic counterparties.
How is NDF contract settled?
In cash.
But what is the process of NDF settlement? प्रॉब्लम कहाँ है? क्लास में तुम रहते हो, ध्यान देते हो, पता नहीं क्या करते हो, बट प्रॉब्लम
पहले 5 दिन पहले वीक में एब्सेंट था।
क्यों थे एब्सेंट?
सर सिस्टर की शादी थी, मैंने आरती मैम को बताया था।
ठीक है, वो ठीक है, बट फिर अभी एनडीएफ तो अभी रिसेंटली हुआ था ना, वो क्यों नहीं बता पा रहे हो अच्छे से कॉन्फिडेंटली? ठीक है, जाओ, मैं तो 0 दे रहा हूँ, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्योंकि एक भी आंसर मुझे मिला नहीं है। यू कैन गो। ठीक है, यू कैन गो। हेलो। हाँ, जाओ, रिवाइज करो, पढ़ाई करो और लेवल 2 में अच्छे से परफॉर्म करो।
यस
ठीक है, अगर क्लास में कुछ डाउट्स हो तो पूछा करो मुझसे।
यस सर।
हो गई अभी सिस्टर की शादी, सब हो गया?
हाँ सर।
तो कभी पढ़ाई करोगे अभी?
चालू करेंगे, रेगुलर चालू
हाँ,
करेंगे।
आज से करो,
चालू है सर अभी।
आज से ही करो।
हाँ सर।
ठीक है, गो।
न्यू कर।
हाँ, हेलो।
हाँ सर, बोलिए।
हाँ, बताओ, व्हाट आर द पिलर्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम?
Pillars of financial system. First is a financial market, financial product, financial services and regulations, and financial participant.
Okay, tell me few financial participants.
Financial participant. Okay, first is a insurance companies, retail investors, HNIs, mutual funds, brokers, and custodians.
Okay, who are custodians?
Custodian is a financial institution who safeguard uh, who safeguard the security of assets of client.
Okay, who are repositories?
Depository.
Repository.
Repository.
RE. हाँ.
Okay. Repository is a financial institution who hold security, who hold information and data and information to hold in electronic form.
Okay. What is difference between order-driven market and code-driven market?
Order-driven market is a most transparency market, and code-driven market is a transparency is low.
Very good. Very good.
And order-driven market are traded on exchange, and code-driven market is traded on OTC market. Order-driven market execution speed is high, and but execution guarantee is low.
Very good. What is difference between direct and indirect financing?
Direct finance. In direct finance, there is no intermediary between borrowers and lenders. Investor take a own decision to invest in which security. Custody of security of investors. And in indirect finance, there is an intermediary between lenders and borrowers take a decision to intermediary, how to invest in which security.
Okay. Okay. What are objectives of secondary market?
Objectives is liquidity, price discovery, and reducing risk and reducing transaction cost.
Okay. What are the fundamental rights of ordinary shareholders?
Fundamental rights of ordinary shares. Ordinary shares are part owner of the company. They have voting rights. Ordinary shares are major part of the capital market.
Okay. What are ADR?
ADR is a ADR is a issued ADR is issued in American market. American market, they listed and traded in American market. ADR is a types of ADR is a two types: sponsored ADR and unsponsored ADR.
Okay. What is difference between sponsored and unsponsored?
Sponsored ADR is issuing is billing security available in American market. American market and invest American market. Issuers bears issuance cost. Sponsored ADRs में सर हिंदी में बात किए तो चलेगा?
नहीं. How can you even ask that?
Three sponsored ADR is a 3 levels. First level, first, second, and third level.
What is difference between ordinary and preference shares?
Ordinary and preference shares. Okay. Ordinary shares have voting rights, but preference shares have not voting rights. Ordinary shares, preference shares have a fixed maturity date, but ordinary shares have not fixed maturity date. Preference shares get a fixed dividend, but ordinary shares not get a fixed dividend.
Good. Acha, tell me how are commercial papers issued? How are commercial papers issued?
Commercial papers are issued as a corporate companies.
I am asking you how are they issued? How? I did not ask who issued.
किया जाता है OTC market traded.
How are they issued? How?
It's privately issued security.
Okay. And how are treasury bills issued?
Dutch auction process.
Okay. Can you explain me the Dutch auction process?
Dutch auction process is a process where competitive bidders and non-competitive bidders are bids for the price of treasury bills. treasury bills close the options. Treasury are collect the bids, all bids, and arrange the lowest to highest bid, and allocate an allotment. First is the lowest bid to highest bid.
Okay. And what is the maximum life of a money market product?
Money market product maximum life is up to 1 year.
Okay. What is non-deliverable forward?
Quote. Yeah.
What is non-deliverable forward?
NDF. NDF is a NDF is a issued shares. Issued shares.
NDF is
NDF non-deliverable should not a freely exchange trade, not a freely exchange currency, not a freely exchange currency in market.
How is NDF settled?
NDF central.
How is NDF settled?
Settle in physically. Settle in. Sorry, cash. Settle in cash.
What is relationship between interest rate and yield?
Interest rate is interest rate are gives in bond price as a face value. At the face value, yield is calculated yield in future receive.
I am asking you what is relationship between interest rate and yield? What happens to yield when interest rate goes up?
Okay. Interest rate is goes up. Interest rate is goes up, and yield is goes down, and
अच्छा ठीक है, tell me what do you mean by perpetual bond?
Perpetual bond yield उस पे.
What is perpetual bond?
Perpetual bond is
what is perpetual bond? Yeah.
Perpetual bond is a bond without maturity. Perpetual bond do not have.
Okay. Now tell me what is equity swap?
Swap. मुझे swap का थोड़ा मैंने नहीं किया, तो मुझे कुछ ज़्यादा एक्सप्लेन नहीं करना.
ठीक है, you can go. But you will have to work really hard. I'm telling you in advance.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.